Alright. Are we live? We are. Cool, cool. Yeah, I think my fan is still keeping the noise gate going, but that's fine. I shut my door and it immediately got hot. So, doors open and fan is on, at least for now. Alright, so yeah, we got a big commission. Big. Four whole characters. With lots of outfit bits. This is... There. Did that fix? Yes, alright, cool. Hello, hello, how is everybody on this lovely Wednesday? We got a Bootsy over on YouTube. Hello. No. My tits is broken. Alright. We'll restart it. So tired. Is it from driving the forklifts? Do the forklifts make you tired? Too bad you need to train. You need to train for the forklift rodeo. You've entered a whole world now. You need to be ready. Battle. Don't tell OSHA. Ready to get paid and go home. Yeah, that's been that's a vibe. Hey Malik. It's been so busy. It's been... Oh god. I just had to have one of those moments where I took a breath. Oh wait, I forgot to get the... Hold on, get off of my face, please. Yeah. I'm trying to play in the birthday stream, trying to handle commissions, I'm trying to do all the stuff. I'm trying to do some little things behind the scenes and get things going. And then I went to go refill my water and I looked... Oh no, that wasn't... No! I got more coffee. I topped up my coffee and I grabbed the creamer and I noticed there was some liquid in the fridge. And I got a Costco chicken and the Costco chicken leaked all over the bottom of the fridge, so no! Now I must clean my fridge later tonight. That's not what... I just wanted to cook the chicken. I didn't want to have to clean chicken juice out of my fridge. Raw chicken. No. Sad day. More things. Anyways, I'm just gonna... We're not gonna let it get to us. We're gonna take a deep breath in. We're gonna breathe out, and we're gonna remember we draw butts. And that chicken mess will be there for me. I'd already hit the start stream, and I did a preliminary wipe up so that my roommate's stuff isn't, like, being invaded upon by chicken juice, but, like, good lord, I'm gonna have to, like, pull the fridge apart to clean the things later. They may help me, but god damn it. That takes so many spoons. Like, it's not even just a time thing, it's an energy thing for me. And, like, that's like my cleaning activity for the day. And so if I have to clean the fridge, I'm not gonna be able to clean or do other stuff that's that physically taxing today. And that's just a real piss off, because that was something else I wanted to do. But it can wait, and the chicken puddle cannot. So, anyways, it's not a big thing. It's just chicken juice. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. There's chicken juice on the floor. Let it go. Let it go. It's probably salmonella on that floor now too. No, I'm kidding. I gave it. That's why I did the Lysol wipe. I'm like, please. This is not on my bingo card. I literally was just joking to my friend though. I was like, yeah, need to clean the fridge soon. I was talking to the roomies and I was like, yeah, probably coordinate emptying the fridge and like getting stuff out so that we can clean it, because I'd like doing that about once every 6 months. Unless some meat I buy leaks in the fridge. And I was like, so I just, give it a little good wipe down. It'll probably be fine. Because it wasn't that bad. It's been fine. And then guess what? It's like 2 days later, and I leaked meat juice in the fridge. But you know what that means? You know why I'm happy? You know why I'm happy, chat? I'm very glass half full. I was gonna clean the fridge, and it means I didn't clean the fridge, and now I'm going to just clean the fridge plus chicken juice. And what didn't happen, you guys, I didn't clean the fridge and then have chicken puddle. So, life's okay. I'm trying to not crash out over the little things, because there's other crap to be had. So anyways, I'm sure like, you understand, the fuss of life doesn't need the extras. I understand. Whoever commissioned this is based as fuck. Yes, they are, because they also included my Lucy. I love it when my commissioners include me. I usually discount my own OCs or something. Like, we upgraded to a shaded, and I'm like, no, you only pay for these 3 because I'm the one who really wants to shade it. And I mean, look at her. She's pretty. She's all right. I'm fine. Shade. They've got all the shit going on, and the outfit bits. Lucy's fine, but she's not fine. She's fine to shade, but she's not doing okay. Did good, champ. It's really hard. It's weird. I lived with somebody who would get very, very upset at those kinds of things, and the outward frustration was a lot. And so it's been weird that, like, after being out away from that environment for long enough, that essentially my reaction to when stuff has gone wrong is a lot more chill. And it was kind of like, nobody's hurt, nothing's broken. Okay. Sucks, bro. And like, just, I have so much other shit going on in my life that needs the bandwidth, and like expending the emotional energy to be upset, I just don't have it. And so I just kind of like, is this worth getting upset over? I'm like, no. Although, to be fair, if my roommates had squished Jelly Bean last night, I might have gotten upset. Not upset at my roommates, because the spider is huge, and I guess I understand. But sad because Jelly Bean's my bro. Like, losing a pet. I'm like, oh no. Yeah, your job sucks. They need to pay you more. Like, that's fucking, you got to just, the day you find a better job and are able to just step on out of there, that whole place will fall apart. It's just like, I'll cross my fingers for you to find that one. Just a thought, but a rebooted tits, we have one hell of a shotgun waiting. I mean, we can test it, see if it works. You just decided, if they try to replace you, you're going to leave and on other way. Yeah, don't. If they're underpaying you, like, it's crazy. You hit pants. Oh, I had to scoot. Am I too high? Is Skuttz too high? Oh, shit! Oh, God, that's so many gnomes! Please, for the love of God, that's so many gnomes. Okay, thanks. Now we just have rats. Holy shit. What was the fart noise from? Actually, I realized now I didn't even get upset at stuff. I was worried about the other person getting upset. I wasn't even mad I spilled the thing. I was mad at myself for spilling the thing, but because it meant that the other person was going to be mad. There's words for that. And also counseling. Counseling is good. But yeah, it's been a wild year. Young hammer bar. Fuck you. Dude, Kipo and the Age of Wonder Beast is so good, and I can't find it anywhere because the issues over the music licensing on the fucking series, and it's a 3-season show that was on Netflix, and the music was just so good, and just Youngin, you just don't know. You don't know if you don't know. The song just gets me every time. Anyways. Youngin! Oh no! I upset myself all over again. He's literally the best. That was just 40 redeems, holy shit. If they paid you 5% of the parts you pulled, you'd be making close to 10 grand a month for them. Dude, that's insane to me because I understand entirely. It's one of I was eating something actually, and I took a bite, and as I was taking the bite, I dropped it, and I just have these insane reflexes, and I'm able to catch my food. And they're like, "What the fuck? Like you are really good at catching your food." And I'm like, "Yeah, thanks." It used to be airline parts that were the cost of my entire annual salary, and I was like handling multiple ones per day. And if I dropped one, there was something on it that could shatter. And then it was a big deal to like fix it and all this other crap. And so I was just terrified of dropping one of those. And I was like, "Oh man, I'm glad I caught that." And they're like, "Yeah." They're like, I don't know, like 40 grand each. And I was like, and they can't afford to pay me more? They can't afford to pay me more? I realized right then I was going to leave that fucking job. Between that and the fact that I was being hired into a position where they were paying me half of what the senior position, like, it was, I don't expect how they want talent to stick around when you're not going to pay people to stick around, is the thing. Like, you can only squeeze so much. And that's why I draw butts. I think about that exact thing every time I get stressed out about my commissions or feeling like this is too much, or that like starting to feel burnt out on commissions, you know? I think about the fact that I inspected and looked at stupid shit and fucked around with crap and did all this stupid stuff for products that were worth so much more than what they were willing to pay me. And it told me just what they thought of me. And when I got sick and they found a way to fire me anyways, it proved that I was right. They don't care about you. You're only what profits you can produce for them. And so I'm just like, fuck. I know not everyone can do like self-employed stuff, and I know that I'm making a lot less than I would be if I was a welder. But even if I was welding, they would still be shorting me versus what my labor was producing for them. And it's a huge issue, and we all know it. Anyways, we're going to talk about happier things and get to some escapism, because we don't... I'm sorry, as good as it is to commiserate, that is kind of a vibe shift I don't want to have right now. Sorry, let's not crash out on stuff too much. Fuck. I think there will come a time, I like, if companies are smart, that they will start paying people more. Like Henry Ford found out, and we have to learn this again, like, people actually have to have money to buy the products you want them to buy. And like, if you don't pay people, they don't have money to spend. So anyways, I don't know. Food for thought. I know it's definitely felt like it's affected me, and the money that people have available to spend on commissions has been greatly reduced, and I am feeling that. So it is something where I definitely feel like everybody should be getting paid what they're worth, because, like, people buy art as a quality of life thing. Like, art makes people happy. It's not a necessity. Art doesn't feed you, but it does feed your soul. And in that way, it is a necessity. And it's like people need stuff to feel fulfilled and feel happy. And so, yeah, we need fair wages so people can buy more butts that I drew. Yeah. Oh, man. What's something happier? It's not happy. My spider got squished. I named him Mr. Bean post mortem because I wasn't sure if it was Jelly Bean at first. And then I went, we've raided Cryptid Kitchen. I went and was lurking after my stream last night. I went on later and they were on while I was doing some little fiddlies on some bits behind the scenes. And I was like, hey, I have a question that might actually be right up your alley. Got a squished spider, and he's very large. Is there a good way to preserve him? And I don't know if it's distasteful, but it's also one of those things where he's big enough that you can barely, like, and he didn't get completely obliterated when he got squished. So it's that curiosity thing where it's like, hey, like, you can see a spider up close and it can't hurt you, it can't run, it can't crawl up your hand, like, it's dead, and you can, like, observe and see what the spider looks like. And it was one of the things that kind of helped me. I couldn't touch it with my bare hand, but I was at a friend's garage and we were doing stuff, and I had some latex gloves on because we were painting stuff. And we moved a roll of paper, and I guess underneath it had, like, it squished a spider, but they were freshly squished, and again, they weren't very damaged. I was just like, whoa. So I could pick the spider up and it can't hurt me, and I was like, whoa, okay. And, like, it was that moment where, you know, I was able to just kind of take a look at it and check it out, and then I didn't know what to do with it because I'm like, well, dead spider, so I just put it back. But that one was pretty small, and it wasn't like. It wasn't very big. She was very small, like a mid-sized. It wasn't tiny, but yeah. And I was just like, huh. It was really, really interesting to get to kind of, like, observe some of the details up close. And I've had a lot of people be like, yeah, listening to you talk about spiders has helped, like, my arachnophobia, and, you know. So all that to say that, as sad as I am about the spider being squished, I'm like, maybe it can be, like, a learning opportunity or something I can share and be like, yeah, look, like, you can see that he's got the balls on his face. That's how I immediately knew he was not Jelly Bean. He had big fat hairy balls on his little palpe. I was like, bro. I don't know where he came from. I wonder if he came from the stuff I brought over from my parents' house, or I wonder if he's lived here. He's probably accidentally got Jelly Bean's husband or boyfriend. But yeah, it's very interesting. So anyways, they Cryptid Kitchen advised me on some methods that I could look into to preserve the spider, because I think it would be neat. Also, I have a friend who has butterflies on display at their house, and I'm like, it's really cool to get to look at them up close and see, like, the little scales on the wings and, like, all the different little veins and patterns and stuff, and that is really hard to both see the same way in a photograph. But, like, obviously I don't really advocate for inhumane sourcing of anything, so, like, I wouldn't prefer to go squish a spider. But this one was one that happened to startle my roommates and get squished. And I'm like, oh. So, I don't know. We may have a stream where I taxidermy a spider, is what I'm saying. We talking about the spider? We are! We are. That's how excited I am. Welcome in, Cryptid. Welcome in, Cryptid Kitchen. Welcome in. Oh, man. Yes, I've named him Mr. Bean because I thought at first he was the one. There's a female giant house spider, and I named her Jelly Bean. She was above my bed, and it was kind of nerve-wracking, but I decided I was going to let her chill there. She didn't get that big by fucking around and finding out. And so I let her stay there, and one night I came to go to bed, and she was doing something weird, and I looked and she was molting. And I was like, oh my God. So I sat there for 45 minutes and recorded a spider molting. And then, yeah, I've seen her around my house. So I was really worried that they squished Jelly Bean. And then I immediately saw that he had big hairy balls on his palpe. And I was like, okay, it's not Jelly Bean. And I was like, wait, maybe I wasn't able to accurately identify Jelly Bean, you know? And so I counted because she was missing a leg, and when she molted, she regrew a little tiny, mini skinny leg. And so I looked, and he had 8 full, solid legs. So it was a different spider, 100%, which is crazy. If you told me a year ago I was going to be able to identify individual spiders in my house, I'd be like, what the fuck? Well, my people in my house literally go like, oh, there's a spider over there. Do you know that one? And I'm like, oh yeah, that's Dennis. And I'm like, oh no, that's like a mid-sized, female common house spider. I haven't seen one like that before. So I don't know that one. They gotta come up with a name for it. So anyways, we're gonna take Mr. Bean, and we're gonna make him a learning exhibit so I can continue to help people get over their arachnophobia. Because they're neat little guys. I had someone who sent me a picture. I woke up in my DMs, there's a picture of a spider, and they're like, hey, this guy was climbing on my desk, and I don't know if he's somebody I should worry about, or... And I'm looking, and I'm like, oh, you only really have to worry about a couple of species, and otherwise they don't really have venom that'll fuck with us. You just have to worry about the brown recluse or black widows, but black widows are really easily identifiable. Everyone can kind of see those. They're depicted in media and all that, but the recluses are a little bit harder to tell. But I saw that the spider had banded legs in the photo, and I was like, oh, okay, well, banded legs, then that's not it, because I know brown recluses don't have banding on the legs. And I'm just like, dude, how do I know so much about a spider from a blurry image? I'm like, it's probably an orb weaver or a common house spider, the smaller ones with the really bulby butts. And it's just funny. Or it could have actually been a false widow, maybe, because they do have banding on their legs, which is why I know the difference. They have the same body structure as the... Oh, God, spiders have different leg shapes, so they make, different silhouettes. And I think it's the... Is it the Black Widow? Or the Widow Spider is the one that's the Spider-Man silhouette usually? I'll have to double check that one. But I was like, that's so cool. I think I just need to be a spider now, you guys. The unicorn needs to go away. I'm a spider now. Gonna play Silk Song at some point. He's a half spider. I've never played Hollow Knight or, well, Silk Song just came out. Alright, so let's see. How do I want to do this? Because I want them all to be cohesive. I need to figure out where the light sources are coming from. They probably would have maybe some kind of stage lighting And then we've got like the secondary lights, so we want to probably do like a harsher lighting from the top. I think that sounds good. I'm just gonna throw, this is how I do it. I throw a layer on top, and we sprinkle some shades on it, and we go, does this look about right? And then I use that as like the template for where I add light later. Yay. Whole screen full of them. Of the gnomes. Yeah, sorry, Bootsy. Hollow Knight's your you really should have played it at some point list. Like, you even own the game and just forgot. Really? Okay, I don't even know what type of game it is. I've seen, like, gameplay-ish, but, like, I haven't stuck around in any streams of anybody, like, playing it. Alright. I think we can play with something, with some strong lighting like this. I love it. Oh man. Forever ago, I used to babysit, and Lady Gaga, like, this album had just come out, or it was when she was releasing music, and I was babysitting a toddler at the time, and I just she would always scream when we got in the car, or like be fussing and throwing like a little tantrum. And as soon as we turned on Katy Perry or Lady Gaga, she would be just like jamming to the tunes, like not a problem anymore. It was like, okay, cool. So we just started getting in the car, and we would just turn on Lady Gaga, and we're like, cool, everything is fine. And like that's just the way it was. Like, you turn on the Gaga, and the crying did not happen, and we're like, oh, okay, cool. This, whatever it is, like, we got this. Like, it's cool. Like, we don't have to deal with this anymore. And it was just like, huh, I don't understand why or what it is about that she liked or whatever. And then it took me years to realize, like, we just got Pavlov trained by a fucking toddler to turn on Lady Gaga for them. Like, like we eventually realized it was just a shortcut. Just turn it on and it's good. And it was just like, wait a second. Wait a second. But you know what? The jams are good. So kid had good taste, you know? Good taste in jams. Could have had much much worse preferences, I guess. It's just funny. I'm trying to think. We probably don't want this. Can I do add glow? So you guys can visualize what I'm visualizing a little better. And then it's trying to figure out the straight down drop of, like, I feel like her horn would be over her shoulder. How close is her? Oh god. I can add it over later if I want to. It's fine. I love digital art when it's flexible that way. Like, I can change that later. It's fine. With traditional art, you just, like, question your life and, like, curl in a ball on the floor and cry, and then think you came up with a solution, look at it again, realize there's no going back, and curl back up into ball, rinse, and repeat. I did that one time on a traditional commission. I thought I messed up the leg of the horse so bad. It was like a general on on a horse on a hillside. And like it was a weird, so they wanted a chimpanzee on they wanted the chimpanzee sitting backwards on the horse, looking over like a battleground. And it was like this whole metaphor. And I was like, dude, okay, cool. And so I accepted this commission, and I started doing it, and it was supposed to be like, I think it was like colored pencil and ink, and I I like blobbed the ink and like had a wiggly line on the foreleg of the horse. And I was just like, I can't, what do you do? Because it was like, the horse is like a gray horse. So I couldn't cover it up. And like, it's one of those things where it's like, the more you mess with it, the more visible the fuck up is. And it's like, oh no. And so eventually I just left it alone and finished the drawing. And then you couldn't even see what I did wrong. I was like, oh yeah, that's the art life. But that's a good lesson though, because if I'd messed with it, it meant that if I did go back, if I did go back and like try to screw with it, and I made the line and the mistake thicker and brought more attention to the fuck up, then it wouldn't have just kind of slid into, like, you really had to look to kind of notice that it was kind of blobby, but there was so much else going on, and it wasn't the part that your eye really drew attention to. But yeah. When you're face first in the project and you see that mistake and you know that mistake is there, there's also that horrible moment of like, you think something's fine and you're like, okay, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. This is fine. And then you send it to your customer and they're like, hey, can you fix blank? And I'm like, no, it was that bad. It was that bad. Oh, my worst fears, all of them, all at once. You've never played it, but watched a ton of videos about it. Malik says Hollow Knight's a Metroidvania. It's also a rather tightly wound game as far as speedruns go. Really? By tight, you mean that it's a 30-minute plus speedrun? Holy shit. And Silk Song is also really difficult if you get to it. Okay, well, we'll see. I mean, you're kind of to the point where if you really like the company or you get enough enjoyment out of watching people talk or play, you just get to support the creators. Yeah. Balatro. God damn it, I can't even say the name! You know, maybe that's, it's not that I don't like Balatro, I just can't say the name of the game. I'm like, I don't want to play a stupid game. I don't think it's stupid, actually. I think it's pretty cool. I just don't have a particular interest in it. But, I love that everybody else loves it so much, and I love that it was, like, a passion project. I'm just like, I wish I could buy Balatro. I did it! I was gonna say, I fucking this up again. I'm just hitting the BRB screen and screaming into the void. It's fine. We're good. We pulled it together. You mentioned Balatro. Balatro. Oh, there's an ad break. Balatro. Cilantro? Cilantro. No, that's worse. Okay, I'm gonna stop, because... Ballast. Balatro. Now we're just getting me tongue-tied. You know how some people can't say aluminum? Balatro. It's like I'm saying B-L-O-T. Blotro. Blotro. Bah. Alright, we're gonna... I have 24 seconds to figure this out. It's okay. Balatro? Balatro. I'll get it down, but then I'll say it with a funny inflection. No, please. Learning the wrong way. Aluminum? Aluminium? Aluminum. Balatro. Okay. Alright. Let's see if it sticks next time. Good God. Maybe I need to play it just so I can figure out how to say it. Anyways, the game's good enough, just from everybody who's raved about it and played it, that I would consider, if I had the funds, I would consider fucking supporting it, just because, like, it feels so rare to just have stuff like that. That's kind of, oh right, because the light kind of, that actually is better. Maybe I can just keep this lighting layer. I don't know. We'll see. So it gets there. We probably have... I'm trying to imagine the drop down parts too. Alright. Definitely be... So... I think, yeah, this will be fine. Because, like, we're not really going to get that much light back here. We might maybe get some, like, on the top of her hip. But the rest of this is going to be, like... Is this under her tail enough? I don't think so. It'll get maybe a little bit on, like, the tops of here. I don't know. I don't like doing the shading style where you do, like, the shadows all on one. And then, like, I really like to paint. And so, like, I look at some of these styles and I'm like, I feel like it would be faster if I could do my art that way. But I absolutely don't enjoy it. I like, this was supposed to be a cell shade commission, which is kind of in that vein. Like, that art style. And, like, I'm like, no, please let me paint it. Paint. Alright, so I think she'd get some here. Because this is, so once I do go in and paint stuff, this is like my plan, so I don't fuck it up. So that when I am painting stuff, I have a cohesive, like, light source and everything. It really helps. It's basically like a rough sketch, but for your light source. And we have... These boobs are boobing boobily, if I might say so myself. Sorry. I'm starting to shade them. So some of this is going to be where it's not. All right. Like the whole top here. This is another one that's from Kipo and the Age of Wonder Beasts. Or, well, at least that's where I found it. Like, it's just so many good songs. And, like, for something that's wrapped up and done in 3 seasons, because it has a beginning and an end, and it's very much in that category of, like, Gravity Falls, where it's a contained story, and it's very good for that reason. I think 3 seasons can be a very good number to sort of wrap stuff out. Owl House, is another one that's in 3, but that one did need to be longer. They were setting up a lot of stuff. That just really sucked. Alright, so we got high point here. Trying to think about the spots that are catching this, like, bright stage lighting above. Oh, I should probably save. I couldn't imagine if I was working on traditional art and I had to save it. Like, I forgot to save my traditional work, and then, like, all of a sudden, half of whatever the physical media I did is just gone. Digital art's weird. I mean, then again, I can spill stuff on my project and it's gone. There have been some incidents. Although, I'm usually pretty good at trying to recover whatever artistic oopsies happen. And kind of double down and roll with it. And I think that's where some of the interesting art comes from anyways. I got this! Yeah. I did it there. I was getting it. Good luck figuring it out when you got it right, though. The delay makes it Your accent fluctuates depending on the words you're saying. Mine definitely... I have, I think I have, like, the most standard accent that one can have. I have the Pacific Northwest, like, everybody on TV talks that way accent. And, yeah, I'm like, aw. But because I play D&D and I've done knack in that Boston accent, every once in a while my A's it sounds a little more like yeah. And it's like when I get snarky and it's like, oh yeah, you can hear a little snark come out because it's knack's attitude. It's just funny. There's also times where I've noticed if I've been talking to Atlas or my British friends a lot more, or when I was playing D&D a lot with them, I'd pick up a lot of little Britishisms on accident, and I probably still like say random stuff, but it's like you hang out with new people and all of a sudden you notice new words in your lexicon and stuff, and it's funny. It's interesting because, like, I don't know, there's the big thing about streamers and like putting on voices and stuff like that, and like I think some of them are doing character to voices and stuff, and there's different VTubers and everything too, so it's not like all of them, but a lot of the some of them were playing characters, and I think there is a lot of pressure socially for like feminine entities to sound like higher pitched, and that is appealing in a way, and so it's like I think we all do it subconsciously to some degree, like I would call it my customer service voice, and some of it's nerves and people like getting used to talking to the internet, but some of it is, I think, kind of to play into the identity that they present online more. And it's weird that some of them have had, well, not weird, like it makes sense that some of them have had like vocal strain issues from not only like it's the strain of talking nonstop in addition to that, and it's like I can't imagine having like that higher like customer servicey voice and trying to maintain that for that long, and in that high energy, and it's like, yeah, that has to do a toll, that has to take a number. I know. What is it? There's God damn it, a friend calls it the brat voice. When I'm like, no, I can't even do it. It's like the no, like it's the whiny, like I'm like, no, it's like the higher pitched, and he's like, it's like, what's with the brat voice? And I was like, oh. But that was just the thing, though. I wanted the donut. And then now I was like, can I have the donut, please? And he's like, yeah, we can have a donut. I was like, something about something. I was just like, no. And like, but it was that adorable, like, there's the thing that I want. I'm like asking for the treat. And like, so there's different vocal patterns that we as humans like naturally use. And I just think it's very interesting that, I don't know, especially with VTubers, like we're trying to convey so much with our voices, because there isn't the like, I am very expressive, and my model only captures a fraction of that compared to like what a webcam would. And if I just had a very flat affect in my voice, it wouldn't be very interesting to listen to. And so you can still hear when I get tired, though. And it's not like I'm putting on a voice when I'm like putting those inflections into my voice. Like, I'm trying to make sure that I'm entertaining to listen to. And like, I want you guys to like not have to just listen to the monotone, and I'm just kind of like, okay, I'm gonna be drawing now. I'm okay, there's the shadow on the leg. Hey, look, I drew a boob. Like, what? And so it's like I try to make sure that I'm conveying that I'm alive and I'm having fun. But I think there's also a lot of my personality that is very bubbly that way. Like, I try to be pretty optimistic, and I try to find like the better parts of things because I like to laugh. I like to have fun. Life is too short. I almost died in a car accident. Like, I'm just here to have fun. But it's wild seeing how much damage it's done to other folks' vocal cords. Definitely one of the reasons I'm glad that when I feel tired that I do quit streaming, and I don't obligate myself to necessarily keep going, because sometimes I do talk more than others, and sometimes I have a little more energy than others. But if I start feeling like my voice is getting strained, I just tap out. I can work offline and I can draw, but I don't need to necessarily be causing my vocal cords permanent damage. But I don't know what sort of stream times and everything folks were like contracted to work for too. I'm not contracted with anybody. Nobody has to tell me how long I need to stream for but me. So would it even be catching Lucy though? How do I want to? Maybe I can do like glow. Yes, but that really only works on that side. Well, yes, I should save. You know what? I will save again. I'll save again just because. Still upset about Owl House. It was so good. Yes! If you're working with oil paints, that can happen. Oil paints can do what, Malik? Got a video to show about voices. Oh. Need to train your voice at some point to be able to wah. Yeah, so that's one of the reasons why... Oh, I really wanted to use Unibor Skuttz as my main design because it's just fun, and I feel like it's like it's just fun. I love the design. I love Unibor Skuttz, and it's like difficult that I feel like my voice doesn't necessarily match Unibor Skuttz, and that if I had her as my model all the time, I would like want to do the voice, and it's like, well, that's not easy listening, and it's also really going to be rough on my voice. So I'm like, okay, it hurt even that. Okay, so that's another one of those things where like little things change stuff. I noticed that after I did the Unibor Skuttz, and she would talk like, and what was it? I hit my knee on the table and I was like, oh, Unibor Skuttz, and she was like, down here, and I haven't done it in a while. And so like it's just like I couldn't imagine doing that all the time. But you can hear when I get excited about stuff, and I get that little like croak in my voice, and I'm like, oh. And so like my mom says I turn into Unibor Skuttz when I get excited, and I think that's the funniest thing. It's, hey, one, if you truly talked with your natural voice, because people have learned for years to project and get their voice in ranges to be easily understood. And I need to learn to drop all that, and it's hard. Dude, there's also, so my natural speaking voice is a little bit deeper. Like, this is my natural speaking voice. But when I was working in, like, fuck. I'm dying. When I was working in the food industry, it was often really noisy, and there was like a lot of other stuff going on. And I noticed that if I spoke in my regular voice, people were like, what? 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 And I was like, ah, dude, they can't fucking hear me. And it reminded me, this is wild, it reminded me of way back, I was in my uncle's car, and he was trying to talk to me. I couldn't hear a single fucking thing he said. But it's because when he was talking, it was like in the same, like the same range as the engine. And I was like, I can't fucking hear a single thing you're saying. And all of a sudden, he just starts talking in a falsetto, and he goes like, how about now? Can you hear me now? Like the whole like SpongeBob kind of like, how about now kind of thing. And I was like, yeah, holy shit, I can hear you. And he just laughed, and he's like, basically explained that he must be in the same range as the, no, there wouldn't be anything on this side. He must be in the same range as the engine, blah, blah, blah. I was like, oh. And so when I was at the restaurant, people were like, what? And talking louder didn't fix it. I pitched my voice up. And so instead of talking down here, I was all the way up here, and I was doing like the, hi, how's it going? You know, it was like way up in my vocal range compared to what I normally do. But this is what people could actually hear in the store. And I was like, okay, please, for the love of God. So I really appreciate that I don't have to like, may I take your hat, sir? So that everybody can hear me on my stream. Like the Mooney Suzuki song. Turn me on and turn me up, turn me loose. I'm alive and amplified. Huh. Depending on how you paint it, oil paints need to be done wet on wet. So if you're saving it, you want to keep it in a way that it doesn't dry out. Water paints are a lot easier because you can just wet the canvas. But with oil paints, the way paint stays on the canvas changes as other paints are drier or wetter. And if you have a dry canvas, you need to thin the paints. Yeah. So I'm excited to get to dabble into oil painting. I've got someone who wants to commission an IRL portrait in oil. Like they want like that. They want like that. The self-portrait over the mantle type thing, and I'm like, they're like, do you do that? And I'm like, I can. I was like, what, do you want it like an acrylic or like, what? They're like, can you do an oil painting? And I'm like, I'm going to have to fuck around on like a small canvas real quick to figure it out. But yeah. And it's like, I followed enough artists and stuff where it's like, I don't understand 100%. And some of it is going to be like feeling out the technique and everything. But I've worked with it so long ago that I do remember it had a long dry time. And I've seen people work with it where they work in layers or on particular spots, and not so much working over an area once it's already finished. But yeah, it's very interesting. You used to be able to about yell and people could hear you over the heavy equipment, and about a mile away they called you the voice god when you were working landscaping. Oh no. 2 years of that really messed your voice up. Yeah, I bet. Also, fractals are real and can hurt your feelings. I need to know how fractals can hurt your feelings. I mean, Guild Wars 2. Okay. Alright, and then I'm gonna go ahead and do a quick shadow layer, and then we'll start to paint. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Because I'm trying to figure out what... See, so I don't like the way when I do like the overlays like this, it doesn't have any other tones in the shadows, and like I just really like bringing in the I just feel like I have more control over the shading when I paint. But I have not mastered other ways. Alright, so. Oh my god, you guys. The spider is so huge. I just want to pull him out of my freezer and look at him. I feel so bad. But also, he's so cool. I feel like everything here is just in the shadows. And then just keep looking up over here to try to make sure that they kind of look right. And seeing that, where I'm trying to apply the shadows makes sense. Now I just want to find more spiders. Oh my god. Okay, so I visited my parents the other day. Everything's the other day. I'm sorry. You know what I mean. I visited my parents the other day, and I wanted to go see what was, like, if there were any berries on the plant in the yard, and I was like, ooh. And so I went over and I was like looking around trying to see if there were any like ripe berries or like what was good, if there was any, how the like raspberries looked and shit. And I was just like, okay. And all of a sudden I start trotting across the yard and my mom's like, is everything okay? And I was like, yeah, there's just 2 spiders in the bush and I don't know what they're doing. And she was like, what? And I ran to go grab my phone so that I could, like, get a video, because sometimes they do weird stuff and I want to know. And my mom was like, silly kid, don't you know? Like, didn't your mama ever tell you about the birds and the bees and the spiders on their knees? And I was like, wow. Yeah, I figured that's probably what they were doing. And sure enough, it was. And this poor guy was just trying to get lucky, right? He's like, hey, and he's all like plucking the web and everything, and he's like trying to go over there. And then, like, my parents' dog is like, hey, what you doing? What you doing? And, like, all excited because I'm out in the yard. And then he was, like, getting all antsy and barking, and the orb weavers could feel the vibration in the web, and so it was making her super I'm like, oh dude, my dog just cock blocked the spider. And like it was just funny. I was like, yes mom, I figured that's probably what they're doing, but just in case. I'm like, they're fucking or they're fighting, and I wanted to catch it on camera. There's a limited number of things that they can do, and I want to bear witness. Although, fair enough, I guess it's kind of weird. Like, just sitting in the corner with my Superman suit, watching the spiders get it on. Becky, let me smash vibes. Yes, yes. Becky, let me smash. But, like, he just kept getting, like, shooed away. And it was funny. Anyways, I did get it on camera. I got his rejection on he kept trying. He was persistent. And I'm like, I wonder if this is why some of them end up as snacks. Like, she said no. And then he was dinner. So, I feel like that would be shadow. We got shadow under the bracelets. This will be shading. And this probably should be. Alright, I already did Sunny. Except for, like, the back of her tail. And then I'll probably put some, like, bounced lighting in the steeper shadow spots, but I think this whole leg should be in the shadow. All right, loose. What do we got? She should kind of mostly, I think, be in shadow on this side. These are like my shorthand notes. I don't know. With a piece like this, I feel like I get really easily overwhelmed, you know? And you're like, where do I start? What do I do? And it's like, if I started getting halfway through this and realized like my lighting wasn't lining up anymore, and like I fucked up stuff, I'd be like really disheartened. And I learned a while ago, just kind of color blocking out the spots that are in light and in shadow, help a ton. Beep beep beep. I don't know why I started doing that. It's I just started doing that. Nobody else does that one. Nobody else does that. I know. It was like one of the little passive loading noises my brain started doing when I'm trying to figure stuff out. And I was rewatching one of my streams to check the audio, and I'm like, what the fuck? Why am I doing that? I don't know. But there's this weird need to feel like filling empty space so you guys just aren't listening to silence. And beepy to bee, beepy to bee. That's a result of that. I don't know. It's also really fun. I do it off stream now too. I'm like, okay. I'm turning into a robot. That's why I go beep beep. I think we got most of this plotted out to a point that I can make this work. Loading noises. Yes, yes. Some people hum. I think it started out as a do. I think it started out as a do. And at some point the do became a bee, and then yeah, cuz cuz you go do, right? And do. That's fine. But then you go beep 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 beep. It's just really satisfying. And if you didn't try that, you should. It's really satisfying. Okay. So I'm going to try to drop these down. And then, okay, so challenge 1 was figuring out the lighting and the shading. The next step is making sure that I have a cohesive lighting color palette. And, oh, wait, hold on, I see something I want to add, because this should actually all basically be in shadow, I think, because her booba. All right, no, I think actually we're doing that. Fabulous. All right, where are we at on time? It's 2. Holy shit, it's 2! I started... Yeah! I started an hour late, because I meant to start at noon, but it took a lot... I always underestimate how long it takes to make a stream announcement, and then go fucking put it everywhere, and do a little doo-doo-doo, and the little, stream go live notification for... What is it? The thumbnail, the YouTube's thumbnail. Because I could just use the same one every time, but then all of my live streams would blend together. So I take the 10 minutes it takes to screenshot it, load it into Canva, make a unique one showing what stuff I'm trying to work on that stream, and then putting that into then I have to make, every time I go and I stream, I think I have to make a YouTube stream, so that when I hit the button to go live, it goes live to YouTube as well. If I don't go to YouTube and hit new live stream, it won't work appropriately. So like there's this whole like 10-minute debacle there. It's like, But I don't want to forget and not go back and change what's in the background, and have the result end up being that, oh, we're so close, I forgot. Nope. Damn it. All right. Oh, I want you to be able to recognize when I've got, like, a new stream versus, like, one you've probably seen before. I will not remember to go back and fix it. It's a go do it now. Okay. Ow. Lucy. She is so cute. The ever optimist. God, her scheme is so basic. I love her. She's a very simple design. Lucy is a very simple creature. Unless you start talking about power tools. Then she knows all the intricacies. Oh, I don't know if I have a good flat color for her. Oh god, and it's got the, whoops, I've got the glow layer on. Whoops! Well, those are all wrong now. Are they? No. Oh, they're under. Oh, no, it's just her. Okay. Well, good. Did I already try to grab her? I think she's already kind of got the right tones. Alright. At least I know if I pull from this one, these are already the colors I like to select. Alright, I need to use the restroom and get some more water. So I am gonna go ahead and do the BRB real quick, and while I do, I'm gonna throw in the 3-minute ad break. Please hang tight. Go to the restroom, grab water, get whatever you need. We're getting all the ads out of the way in one go for those who don't have a sub. And I will return. I'll be right back. All right. I believe we're back. Oh, I left my camera OD. Oh. I'm gonna move it down here. Woot. There we go. It was in the game spot, not the drawing spot. I don't know that I cut it in 4K. Starting by doing shadow/light volumes is a thing in mini painting too. It helps you a bunch. Well, yeah, I imagine, because if you don't know where you're shading, like you can't shade if you don't know where your light source is. And like you can hold that in your brain, and I can do it okay with one character and like a regular light source. But if you start getting complicated light sources, or you start having like multiple figures like this where there's a lot to keep track of and they're kind of slightly placed in different spots, I'm like, all right, it just kind of helps hold some of the mental bandwidth externally. I'm having a problem right now. I am getting a headache. That is not good. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Let me make sure these lights are... Alright. Bad news. Haru Urara? What? The racehorse died yesterday. That's the horse known for never winning any race. R.I.P. horse. Oh. Yeah, the horse gotcha people, aware of these horses that have such entertaining stories. I suppose it's really interesting it's brought some of them to light. I don't know. I keep wanting to play it, but I don't know if it's worth playing because it's a gotcha. And I don't really want to spend money on it. I have a pair. And it's a rare pear. It's nice and tasty. And it's not so ripe that it's squishy. It's perfect. It's a perfect pear. Alright. Who do I want to start shading with is the thing. Alright, so I'm just going to take the background color. Just put it over these. No! Not like that. Make the new layer first, please. Thought I did. And then because of the way I like painting stuff, I like to take basically the background layer, swatch it on top, and then that's where I pull like my shadows from. And like some of these are slightly varied colors from what we're on the character, so it's a way to get a cohesive palette, so like all of these have the same tone brought into the shadow when I'm not doing something like a multiply layer that is like this is my test layer, it's not going to be my final layer. Oh god, that looks so her boobs. They're just there. Like a little shell. So I want to go with something that's a darker contrast. I don't think I went dark enough up here, did I? Asking why we missed our chance. Get closer. Alright, so I don't know. Hey YouTube, how bad is the silence? I always feel bad. Twitch at least, I guess, gets some music vibes going, but... Alright, why am I don't need to copy the light color. I only need to go darker down the shadows. Oh, because those are a shadow of a shadow, and the other ones are my shadow based off of... Huh. Don't pay attention, I'm just rambling. I'm just trying to get some varied range here. I'm also trying to figure out like how this is going to take that off. Yeah, so that made me a really desaturated version of everything. And then I'm gonna leave this, lock the layers, and then I think I'm gonna have like a yellow or white like floodlight. So I'm just gonna grab like my basic yellow, like I did for the highlight thing that I used before, and I'm just doing all these. I'm gonna have to do sunnies later. I forgot to check. Does that count? Let me try this. We're just gonna... Did I broke Skuttz? I broke Skuttz. Yay! Oh wait, I'm stupid. I guess I can do it with the other one too, huh? Oh, I'm not stupid. I'm just delayed in my genius! Yes! Cancel. Um... There we go. Cool. I think we did it. It's so tiny. Alright, cool. Refs acquired. One of the cool things you've heard is the people that make the horse gotcha that they do donate to the real horse racing. Yeah, I heard that there was like a whole like farm that was going to have to close, and because one of the race horses retired there, uh, everyone donated to the farm, and they got so much hay, and they were able to like actually make repairs that they needed, and it like actually saved the farm. Like, that's cool. Please don't tell me that was her. Not that horsey. Please. Did I guess on Sunny's colors? Hang on a second. Hey, alright, we're back. Sorry, I think I just started figuring out what I wanted to do for a work schedule, and I may already need to change it up some. We will see. I might need to figure out what the quiet hours are for me. Oh my god, now the fan is way too loud, hang on. Oh my god, alright. I forgot that one's broken. I had to turn it off with a pair of pliers. That's fine, we're inventive. Alright, so I now have the correct cobalt colors before we go too much further. Because now I lost whatever shadow I used for the other ones. Ooh, I fucked up. Alright, so I'm gonna do this then. Control Z. Go back to the shadows. Control V. Can I just... If I just move her under... All right. I think these are the same. I forgot her septum piercing. Oh, I will fix that inner eyebrow. No, inner eyebrow. Yep. All right. That's fine. That's fine. That's one of those things where if I ever miss details like that, I'm always willing to go back and fix them. Like, they don't count as a correction, like, as far as commissions go. Change the order up. All right. One kobold. So now I can hide those ones. Bring this back. I'll just, oops. This one. There, that's what I wanted. I probably should have done the rest like this. Actually, we're just going to do everything in a straight line. All right, we're gonna move back, and we're gonna change it back to, I did yellow, yes. Oh. Do 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 do. Alright. See, now I think I'm copying the shadows I didn't need to copy. Hey. I only need to copy the lightest shades. All right. Yeah, her color palette's a clusterfuck. Oh my god. Why is Sunny's the only one I didn't fuck up? I did the rest so chaotically first. Oh well. It's fine. It's fine. Art's a chaotic process. It's good. Hello, class. Would you like me to demonstrate how I shade? Today we have a kobold. What better thing to exemplify my shading skills and than such a perfect specimen as a kobold? ETs. All right, let's see. Do let's do this, not that. Don't do it that way. All right, so we're setting that one to multiply. I'm just gonna be muted for a minute. Sorry. Sorry, there is just a bit of commotion for a little bit, so we are going to be muted. I'm gonna go ahead and put on the focus mode stickies because it's just gonna be a little bit noisy for a minute. I am. Okay. Oop.
Front door.
Sorry, I'm a little flustered right now. My entire schedule isn't. It's really hard to be consistent, and then when I finally made a plan, it's yeah, I might have to look at restructuring my week based around the other activities in the household, because I thrive on being able to have a quiet environment to work, and my yeah, I'm it's very overwhelming for me. Apparently trying to be live and also focus on work and then deal with the additional background noise. So I sent them a message real quick so that they know I'm live. I also don't have a good way of like signaling that I'm live to the other people in the household. So I'm doing my best, but like it's definitely trying to figure some stuff out. Yeah, I need a minute. I'm gonna go BRB. Hang on. I'm having a hard day. It's okay. Yeah, I just need 5. I'll be right back. Alright, I think I am just gonna go ahead and stay muted for the rest of the evening, just because there's going to be noise and barking, and I can't really do anything about it right now. It's just how the background's gonna be. I should have better noise filters than that, but for whatever reason, Wavelength doesn't want to ever keep them on. So that's really annoying. And I don't want to toggle shit on during this. I'm like, I don't. It's a sound test for later. I'm apparently really flustered. I'm sorry. So, I'm gonna take a deep breath, and I'm gonna keep shading this cobalt because it is what I want to do. It was starting to get somewhere. Just yeah. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and I'm going to stay muted. I'm sorry, Twitch, Twitch, you're the only one with noise. YouTube, I'm sorry that it's gonna be like a quiet, I don't really know what to do for, YouTube background noise, honestly. So yeah, anyways, my focus is broken. I just need to work. So we're going to focus on that part. I will be in chat. If you have any questions, feel free. I need to focus on the part of my job. That's the job part. This is what pays my bills. I like streaming and streaming is fun, but we're not monetized on YouTube yet. So, although we are almost to the number of subscribers needed, which is 1,000. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's picking up on the background for you guys or not. I just need to put my music in and not hear anything else. And just focus. I will yeah. I'll be focusing in chat. I'll be focusing in on my work, but I'll be in and out of chat. So if you have any questions, I'll be there. I need my zone. I need the zen. I just had a thought. I realized a lot of artists do, they do the flats and then they do the colors on top, but I do the shading underneath and then I put stuff on the multiply layers. So I'm kind of doing the inverse. I shade one layer and then I put the flats on top of it. Not everything translates well to the lighten or the multiply layer, so sometimes I shade them individually. But when I'm able to, I do just use a multiply layer. I was just thinking it's funny. The way I'm shading this is like what I wish I could do the other way, but I can't. It's funny. Okay, so here's the dumb thing that my brain just did, right? If I just added the shadow there, like the shape that's making the shadow, I feel like should then be catching the light. So I added the light to the tail. I don't know if that makes sense. There's a lot of trial and error, and I'm like, yeah, that looked about right. That's what I was going for. I just want her tail to have a little bit of dimension. Like it's looped in like a little spiral curl instead of just like directly behind her. I don't know. We'll see. Sometimes I get to the end and I'm like, this fucking sucks. I'm gonna try reshading this. That's fine. Because sometimes I don't and it looks fucking amazing. Alright. Do you guys sorry, we're gonna talk intermittently. I'm starting to brain's calming down a little bit. Do you guys wanna know why I say A? Like A, like that's like my greeting when you show up in stream and I'm like, A. It's because usually when I'm drawing, uh my right hand is holding my tablet pen and my left hand, before I got a hotkey remote, was over on, you know, the Control Z station, right? And if I'm sitting there, Control Z, trying to rotate my canvas, you know, zooming in, zooming out, doing all this stuff, trying to get all the way over and see where hi is, H-I, to type hi or hello, it's a lot harder. Like, the H is kind of within reach, but then the I is a little bit further, and then if my keyboard's further under my desk, the I is deeper in. But what is reachable, might you ask? Oh, the A that's directly right there, and I can stretch out my pinky and forefinger and just bam, there's the Y. And so it's just so much easier while I'm typing to go A and then find the enter key. So now you know the origin story of my greeting. People are like, are you like the Fonz or something? And I'm like, no, it's for efficiency. But also, I guess anytime I bonk on some technology just for the shit and giggle, I'm like, hey. I mean, half the time it is how something gets working again. I don't know why. I was getting that way with my coffee pot. I had to get a new coffee pot. It was making me cry. I was waking up and it wasn't making coffee. It was telling me the lid was stuck. And I'm like, why do you have a lid sensor? The lid was shut, by the way. The sensor was breaking. And I just was like, why? Why does a coffee pot have a lid sensor? You know? And the sucky thing is like, it just made you have a false sense of security. Because if you open the lid, like, it would shoot a hot liquid out at you. Because the little spray thing was up in the top. And it was just basically getting stuck saying that the lid was open, and so it would not brew me coffee, even if the lid was shut. And actually, I didn't have the money to replace it. I was crying to my mom. I was like, Mom, I just want coffee. She's like, I understand. And so, like, they're reasonably priced to just get a basic ass one. And it's like, okay, Mama Skuttz saving my ass there. It's like one of the basics, you know? And God, it was like I'd tap on it and be like, bop, bop, and it would work, you know? And then eventually tapping on it didn't work and there was no coffee, and I was a very upset Skuttz. But I'm like, why would you put a lid sensor in that? And you're like, well, of course you would want to make it stop spraying hot water if you're going to lift the lid up. That makes sense. Like, no. Do you know what the coffee pot I have now does? If I lift the lid up and it's spraying hot water, it just dumps the hot water down the back of the lid back into the reservoir, I think. It doesn't just spray it out like a fucking cobra hissing. Like, ah! Scalded myself on that bitch. I'm like, that wasn't a good coffee pot. That coffee pot was mean. I shouldn't have to fight for my coffee in the morning in that way. Like gladiatorial. That's why I don't understand some of the extra parts put on stuff sometimes. It's like, I get if it's convenient or if it adds a feature, but the lid sensor was just extra for no reason, and then also it broke. Ah. But now I've had the coffee pot I have now for like over a year. It's still going. It's doing it. Good old Mr. Coffees. That and, like, I think it's Hamilton Beach ones are pretty good. Like, you don't need fancy. You just need hot water. Alright, so the front... This part should be catching. And then we're just going to cover up everything. Whoa, wrong? Cover up everything directly below. This is mostly supposed to be like a bounce lighting. Because these are just taking up everything. No, they're just eclipsing everything. we'll do the bounce lighting with some of the colored lighting from the stage. So it's like a green or a blue, something instead of just doing more of her. All right, so all right, so I grabbed the wrong thing. Damn it. All right, I'm just gonna mute because I don't have a story again. I'm gonna come in and out. I'm sorry, YouTube. You're gonna have the most volume whiplash. I don't know what to do for you. But I have to. I'll fix my noise gates.
Front door.
Unfortunately, I can't fix that. Okay. And then we're gonna have some bounce lighting on the bottom of her legs. Then the way I do it, I don't know. I struggle with layering shadow and highlight layers. Like, I don't like when they overlap. I don't like, I can't get them to really look good or cohesive for me. And so, like, I really struggle with doing just like a single layer that I shade. I guess it has to be like this. I don't know. It's why you shouldn't necessarily do everything exactly the quote unquote right way or how everybody else does it, because not everything works for everybody. And like I have a sketch style that works for me. I have a painting style that works for me. And it's okay. Like, I don't think that anybody who takes most of their shading and does it on a multiply layer over flats, I don't think they're like lesser for being able to do that. I think they're a fucking wizard because I can't. But it doesn't make what I do less valuable either. It just makes what's cool about art is the diversity of what we enjoy making, and like that's like the best part. Uh Cobalt. I feel like we're almost there. All right. Strap in. Ooh, speaking of strapping in, we can strap in for some fun this weekend. Um, I'm gonna be doing a birthday stream on Saturday. So if you're wanting to have some input on what the chat mascot ends up being, definitely consider popping by. We're gonna play around with some shapes and some concepts, and I don't know if we'll come up with like a final design, but maybe we'll have like something we can vote on, or I don't know. I'm trying to decide exactly how we're gonna go about it, because I don't want to decide a process and then make a mascot I'm not happy with because I like thought I should do it a certain way. So we're gonna go through the character design process as I know it, which is make something fun, design some shapes that I enjoy, see what you guys like, and then we can bounce it back either to the community or we'll see. Maybe Patreons can be like worth 2 votes or something. Got that thigh. Everybody IRL, if their leggings do this, they're like, oh my god, oh no. And like I say this because me too. Like if I have thigh highs on and I've got the the little like trunk bulge, I'm like, oh no. But I'm like sitting here and I'm like, it's my favorite part of rendering this. I'm like, yeah. Squish. And I'm like, it's so weird. And it's one of the reasons I love art, because like then I'm like, yeah, no, I appreciate that. And there's definitely people who are like, yes, thigh squish is because people have like people have varying bodies and people have varying degrees of like squish. We're we're not quite at the wombo squish though. Not on Sunny. But like I love mixing some different like tones and shades in here and getting this. I don't know. I can't get this with the other style of multiply layers, you know? But also there's probably somebody out there who has like one of those layer the multiply layer style, and they're like, "Man, I wish I could paint like that." And I'm like, "I wish I could do, you know, it's the grass is always greener." It literally, I don't know too many artists that are actually satisfied with their own art style. I think we're all kind of constantly searching for that next best piece. Like we're like, "Where's that? Give me that. Yeah, I made that. Give me that." We're all like, so every time we do something that's pretty good, we're like, okay, now it's time to like do better. And we're constantly just pushing ourselves, trying to like convey these ideas in our brains. And I don't know, it's cool. Like I love that art is expression, and you can share sass, or you can share sentiment, or you can share intimacy, or like there's so many ways you can express different things through art, and it's just my goddamn favorite, dude. And like I don't know, I think smaller artists are underrated because there's something really cool about that growing art style. And oh, hold on, I should tuck in for a second. This is a thing. Um oh no, I forgot. Okay. It was very yes. Can I remember? What was it about? Oh god. God, I lost it. I lost it. That's fine. It'll come back to me if it was important. I feel like it was. Small artists. Small artist. Oh, wait, no, okay. So small artists are like underrated, right? And it's related to that whole phenomena, I'd say, where an artist will post, say, like a progress thing, and it'll be like, look, my art from 2016 and my art from 2021. And they're like, look at how much I've grown. And everybody's like, I like the old art better. And then the artist just wants to combust, because why improve for that long to have everybody be like, right? Not everybody, like obviously. I'm there's a little bit of hyperbole here, but especially if you've been on Twitter, it's how it feels. And so I think what it is that there's a point where you start to grasp anatomy, but you're still a little loose with stuff because you're working stuff out and it's not perfect. And the more everyone stops pushing the edges of things, and the more they try to go to a realistic anatomy, the more you like lose some of the charming features that I think they're benign. They're neither good nor bad. They're just the way we perceive things as artists through our growth period. And so early on, I think there's like this looseness and this naivety in the drawings that is beautiful. And then when people try to get quote unquote better and push towards more realistic anatomy or more realistic styles, it feels more homogenized, and like everybody is kind of just working towards same thing. And it's like still finding the things stylized in your art and in your style, and trying to think. There's a couple of artists I think are really good, and it's a really good example of it. Excuse me. I need to drink some water. And like, I definitely feel like I could say my art's done something very similar, where my older art's a little more looser and a little more, uh, not quite cartoony, but like there was just something about it. And when I tried to improve and do better, I started adding more details and getting more realistic. And like I'm still happy with how I draw human faces and stuff for the most part. I like how I draw kobolds. Um but like mentally I just want to push towards like a more painterly style and more like semi-realistic, but I don't want to lose the charm in my art style. So like when here's a great example. Here's a great example. Did I do it on either of them? Oops, I just made Sunny disappear. No, I just wanted to take her pants off. I mean, her stockings. God damn it. Don't fucking... I almost did it on hers. Alright, so I've drawn knees for so long that they've become kind of like a motion. And when I do them, I kind of end up leaving... Excuse me, I've got the hiccups now because I drank water. Ah! Oh, God. But in some of... I leave it into my more sketchy styles. But on the knees and elbows, I like to leave like a little bit of a spiral shape on the knees. And like that's like an artistic touch where like, duh, is that what knees look like? No! It's a shape I find fun to draw. So that's, you know, like... And like it's okay to play and have fun with stuff. I didn't think that that was gonna translate very well with the type of lighting that I have going on this, so I didn't add it into this one. But it it's just something that I enjoy. Is it anatomically correct? No, but it's part of what makes my art stylistic. And like I feel like looking at this, it's missing something. And even now that I'm talking about it more, I'm like, maybe I can go on, like, if I'm doing, like, the lighting layer, I can, like, get in there with the light and get, like, some of the funky shapes back in there with, like, you know, some of that. I don't know if that'll look good or if it'll look bad. Sometimes you have to change things based on, like, a piece and how it vibes. But in my sketches, it's something that works, and I really enjoy including. But there's a few times I've started to remove that from my style because it's not realistic or it's not what it looks like. And I'm like, no, it kind of erases part of what makes it feel like my art. And so it's very interesting because art isn't necessarily a same, like, I think there's a misconception to art style consistency just because of like TV shows and movies, where a lot is put into like having turnaround models and having everything stay consistent. I mean, look at Steven Universe and how when they had a different studio animate a couple of episodes, people were bitching about the difference in the animation, and like it matters that much in a brand way. And there's always an evolution to art styles in shows, but it's always very subtle, I think it feels like. And so for it to be so jarring, it didn't feel right, quote unquote. And I think it's very interesting because I think growth comes from playing around and trying different things and experimenting. And we don't want to necessarily just do the same thing all the time and stagnate. That gets boring. Unless you have a thing you're down with and it's fantastic and that's the one thing you want to do for the rest of your life. Like, that's cool too. Like, that's the flexibility of art. But I like to try to keep. Ooh, so I live a very interesting life because I want to give consistent results because commissions, right? My customers need to know what to expect from what they order from me. And that had led me to feel like I was very locked into drawing one particular style and one particular thing and not really able to explore or vary or try different things. And the way, once I noticed that that was what I was feeling, the way I tried to combat that was kind of opening some like surprise me, like artistic, like freedom sketches where I can just be like, okay, I'm going to take your character, I'm going to find something that I am inspired by or enjoy about them, and I'm going to try and convey that. Do do do. Oh, what's going on? Oh, why did I forget what my Zoom was? What the fuck? I'm multitasking. I'm like, what? One Zoom. I started using my keyboard again because I pulled it out to talk about the keyboard and why I say a. So, while I can understand how people find something particularly charming about somebody's older art that they post, don't ever tell an artist that the old one looked better, that you liked the old one better. That's just fucking rude. That is super rude. That's one of those, if you don't have something nice to say, don't say anything. Like, somebody has worked really hard to get to a point that they're happy enough with their art to show everybody how much improvement they think that they've had. And so I think that it's good to celebrate with somebody. If they're asking for critique, if they want feedback, then that might be like, oh, I liked the way this piece had a looser freestyle, and you show them an older piece that had a vibe that you liked, and like give like authentic feedback that somebody can do something with. But when you're just like, oh, I like the old stuff better, like, it's not really conveying what about the old art that you liked in a way that feels that feels good for the artist, you know? Like, art's really hard. Art is so hard. We're so mean to ourselves about art. Like, we're like, oh, this sucks. This is bad. This is so bad. I hate it. And like, we just struggle the whole time. Sometimes, you know, it's fine. Sometimes it's fun. And you're like, yeah, I like art. This is good. But there's moments where it's the in-betweens where you're trusting the process and it doesn't look good yet, and you're just like kind of holding your breath and trusting because you've made enough art pieces that you'll get through it and it will look good. And I don't know, but that's how I feel. Like, there's that ugly duckling part of the drawing where things aren't quite where they need to be yet, but they're getting there. So now if I hit this to multiply, we have some shading on it. Yay. What? Mm-mm. I don't think she had the leopard print on before. I think that was an experimental layer. All right. I think that's good for a moment. We'll bring everybody else up some. I can go deep in some of the shadows and brighten some stuff up later. I don't want that to actually hang on. Gonna go fix a thing or two. Look at the first look at the first episode of Avatar versus the last. Their characters have changed, but it's slow enough you didn't notice. Yeah, most things are like that, and like that's harder for people to notice versus like an abrupt change and stuff. But like art styles do still change over time. It just seems like everything's this perfect consistency. And I even forgive myself a little bit if I don't draw like face shapes exactly the same every time, but I try to keep things that feel like my art. And when I look at stuff over time, I have also slowly changed and evolved. But it's definitely been interesting trying to make sure that I can deliver a consistent product. Oh, but like I've been loving doing digital paints and the like, and so being able to do something like um I tried to figure out what shade of pink to pick, and I just truncated. Burp. I don't know anymore. It's fine. It'll come back to me, maybe. I need a second. I need to drink some more water, though. But yeah, oh, my system is that, yeah, my commissions kind of stay as a consistent-ish thing. They slowly evolve, but whatever people got commissions on as is what they get it out as. Um, this one's technically a sketch, but I don't know if I want to continue offering this style anymore. Because I think I might just refine my rough sketches a little bit more. I like how soft they look. And I might still do these from time to time if the mood strikes me. Like, these work really well for your character hears and those kinds of things for me. So it's not like I'll never, ever, ever do this one again. But I have grown in a way where I just I'm not feeling it anymore. I think my shading has gotten really good to the point where I can render stuff really nicely. And so I would rather spend my time not, like, if the line art's the part I have the least fun with, why do it? I could just go from sketch, which I like, to shading, which I like, and cut out the refining sketch slash line art part in the middle that I don't necessarily enjoy. There we go. Thought something wasn't working right. All right. do, 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 do. So, I think this is actually probably going to be in shadow. Alright. I think I'm going to mute for a minute while I shade her face. Shading the faces is more complicated too, I believe. Like, I immediately started having trouble following my thoughts and stuff. But human faces are really... Okay, well, into the zone I go. I'll pop out when I'm tired of drawing nonstop and I want to say hello again. Oh, Bootsy says, I like the way you do eyes. Fire Bunny eye portrait video is cool. Oh, thank you. I want to do more, like, close-up eye focused portraits like that. Just some, like, high intensity. So, like, I'm planning on probably redrawing her hands. But it's gonna be after I shade them. Because somehow I can see stuff better. Um. All right. So where's her hair? Oh, those. Oh, that's why she doesn't. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I've been shading with the wrong shit. Really? Do I need to redo their fucking color palettes because I'm gonna fuck it up? So those are the ones. That's the. Oh, God. Fuck. Alright. Sunny's color key was fine. Everybody else's is fucked. So this was the base color. And this was the shadow. This is the highlight. This is her hair. That's the shadow. That's the highlight. And what was the blue? Black? Was that from her outfit? Possibly? Slow blink. Alright, we're gonna fix this one too. Oh, God. I made Rhapsody as a mess. What? This is why you just do shit right the first time? Because then you don't have to do it a second time? Mad. Oh, God, why'd I do this to myself? It's the mid. No, this is the mid. This is the highlight. Oops, picked up the wrong goddamn color. Did I not get the other shade of pink? I think it's this one. Oh, those were her eyes. Oh, Lucy, I didn't even do it right. I'll deal with Lucy later. Deal with Lucy later. We'll deal with it later. Alright. This isn't right. How'd I fuck that up? I'm fired. Alright. Deathlight says, forgetting art, I need two things. The silhouette has to be them, and the thing has to be something I can see the character doing. Yes, yes, this is one of the reasons why I like to make sure I know a character's personality or a hobby. Specifically their personality and their hobby. Those two things intersect differently. You can have someone who's very happy while doing a thing, and someone who can be very grumpy while doing a thing. And someone who's optimistic and grumpy dealing with a problem can be different than the crabby mechanic vibe, or like Lucy's vibe of fixing stuff is definitely different. She wouldn't get too flustered about something, and like seeing Lucy get pissed off, I'd be like, what did somebody do to make Lucy mad? Everybody get that guy. Like, she's Lucy. She's the best. Like, literally, the DM had to be like, look, can we have combat sometimes? Like, Lucy's just so nice to everybody. And I'm like, the rest of the party just needs to attack, but like, Lucy's not gonna go just kick somebody in the shins for no reason. She's gonna say hi. But I will not be mad if others are like, ah, and they go kick him in the shins, and she'll join in. She'll she'll support her friends. She's like that. Lucy doesn't get mad, she gets supportive. She probably would have made friends with the big bad. Lucy and Curse of Strahd. Oh my god, Lucy and Curse of Strahd. I kind of want to... I want to know what that would be like. Nax just like, like, fuck this. And we actually had that problem when we did play it, is none of the players were playing characters that were very, like, good aligned, so nobody wanted to help anybody for the sake of helping anybody. We were just kind of like, da-da-da-da-da. And so it kind of made it a little difficult to move the story along in some ways. And to, like, do some extra, like, I could see where it was like, okay, yeah. It's a, what is it, it's a horror? Gothic horror, there you go. So, like, I don't know, I thought she fit the vibe in a way that, like, oh yeah, it's gonna be a real rough environment. But I kind of wished I'd played a character who was a little more helpful. I don't even want to know what would happen if Lucy met Strahd. I don't know. Like, oh my god, she'd probably just say hi. Like Knack gave him, like, a fake name and everything. He was like, oh, what are your names? And she's like, my name's Butterscotch. Yeah, my name's Butterscotch, and it's always been Butterscotch, and, yeah, who's Knack? You know? Lucy would have been like, hi, nice to meet you. How's it going? Like, just shake his hand and just like, oh, you want us to come by the castle? All right. Yeah, let's go check out the castle of Ravenloft. All right. And she probably would have, I don't know. She would have Lucy'd her way all over the place. Done something. I don't even know. I just walked into situations. I'm like, what would Lucy do? And tried to do the most optimistic thing I could think of. It doesn't matter if the glass is empty to Lucy, okay? An empty glass just means you can fill it with whatever you want, you know? That's the type of optimism. There is no glass half full or glass half empty. It's the glass could be empty and she'd be like, we're gonna put something in this now. Being nice will get you far sometimes. Yeah. So I'm like, I wonder how it would do in Strahd. But in the Feywild, it was very good because you want to be polite and mind your manners, and there's lots of rules and whatnots to mind. So Lucy was also very good for that one. And she wasn't super like sus about everything. She was like, "Oh, okay. All right. Yeah." I don't I don't know if I would say she's gullible. She's not dumb. So if she knew somebody was like being a dick, there's a whole party waiting for the conversation to go poorly so that Lucy's like, "Hi, how's it going?" The whole party's in the background just like pounding their fists, just like, "Yeah." Waiting for that crit fail so that the conversation goes poorly and it turns into a brawl. And I'm here for it. Sometimes it went that way. Don't bring me down. Don't bring me down. Alright, I fucked something up. I don't like this. I think I'm grabbing the mid-tone and I shouldn't be. Not a mid-tone. So it's the shading from... God, I'm gonna erase it. We're just erasing it. So you remember how I said I was going to try to make a cohesive color palette? It was so that this did not happen. So this, I think, is the shadow. And this is the shadow. Because I believe I color dropped the shadows for her. I did the same thing for Lucy as well. And I need to not grab the shadow color because it's a warm color and we have a cool environment. So I feel like it'll look good to add as a flush color in her ear, but I need to start all over again. I'm going to actually save this and show you guys the difference. Would you like that? Would it be a little treat? A little fun? Just for fun. All right, so we're going to save a copy of the one with I'm going to literally show you the difference in why I did what I did with the color palettes at the beginning. But I think I have to go pee first. I'm out of water. I'm talking so much. Actually, you know what? I'll grab some mouthwash real quick too when I go. When I've been talking a lot, it definitely helps to just have something that helps like keep my mouth moist from drying out. So now that this is all nice and shaded and looking fantastic, we're just gonna... Which key is it? Alt? Yes. That's locked. Alright, cool. Everything... Wait. Yeah, everything is blue now. Woo! Alright, I like to do just a little bit of airbrush. Honestly, alright. I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back. And I'm doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. I'm planning on drawing till... So, at least another hour and 15. I should be able to get a chunk through this, and then we'll see. This is literally the only thing I want to do right now, so we might just keep going. Like, while I'm fixated, we're just gonna go until I hit burnout or my hand hurts. 'Cause this is my jam right now. I've been wanting to shade this. I was starting to get burnt out even though I wanted to work on it. So I made myself work on some other stuff, took a little break, and now that it's in front of me, I'm rabid and I'm frothing and I just want to finish it. Finish it, yes. Let me shade the cobalt. Ew, 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 booger, ew. No, it's not a real booger. It's an adhesive. It's an adhesive booger, and it stuck on my hand. That was unpleasant, but at least it wasn't a real booger. That would have been gross. And I was just like screwing around, and all of a sudden there's just like a sticky blob on the side of my hand. It rolled off of what's supposed to keep my Wacom remote in place, but I couldn't get anything to stick to it. All right. I'm gonna scamper off. I'm gonna get more water. I'm gonna use the restroom, and then we will be right back. I'm gonna run the Twitch ads while I do, so when I get back, we don't have to deal with them interrupting other shit we doing. And yeah, I think that's it. It looks like I'm gonna need some jewelry and assets that I'm adding on top of stuff too. But I think that I'm fine with adding that on top once I've added the lighting and everything. I just better not forget it. So, alright, here we go. I'll be back in a few. All right, everybody, welcome back. I'm gonna go ahead and stay muted, I think, for the rest of the stream. Things are gonna be a little bit loud in the house, and it's a good way for me to get some progress done. So I'll be in chat again. Alright, hang on, I have another thing. I have another thing to say. Right there, I just erased her lower lip and then redrew it based around where I just like reshaded stuff because it's easier for me to tell with volume and light how to make stuff look right than with just lines. And that's why I just want to skip my line art and sketches like this and go straight from rough sketches to fully rendered. The end. Hello, hello, hello. Try not to be too loud, too scary. It's too spooky, too alarming. So it's 6 o'clock. I thought I was going to wrap up and be done by now, but it turns out I really want to keep shading Artemis for a little bit. Maybe, we'll see. I might be doing about another 30 minutes or so. We're done in the next hour. The hour is the limit, so I don't push my hand too hard. But I'm really happy with how this is coming out so far. I'm trying to bring all of the outfit pieces and everything into the shadow shade for me to start working on. I messed up on Rhapsody's dress because I just kind of like randomly doodled the zebra print on top of the dress as was. So that one's hard for me to change the color. I'm gonna have to like trace over it or find a way to make that one work. Maybe I'll overlay something over that one. I don't know. I fucked it up. Anyways, yeah, we're gonna go for a little bit longer. I'm not quite done yet. I made some really good progress. I'm really happy with it. And then I won't look at it again until next Wednesday. Although, seeing how stuff goes, if I can keep a similar pace next week, I should be able to finish shading Rhapsody and Lucy, and that should be all the 4 main characters shaded. And then instead of trying to shove stuff into too short of a timeline, I'll maybe spend one more session working on doing the lighting and like the final adjustments and everything. So this one's got a little bit more to go, but this is really close. We're getting there. All right. I need to drink some water. Give me a moment. And then we'll be back to shading for a little bit. Alright, everybody. I need to take a brief stretch. I'm gonna keep going though. We're gonna go till the top of the hour, so I'm gonna take a short stretch. I need to use the restroom. And we will be right back. It's probably gonna be the last break of the night, and after that, we'll wrap it up when I'm done. So, yeah, hang tight for one more break. Thank you so much for chilling with me. This has been, this is a long one. We got like 4 solid hours of drawing in, and I've almost gotten 2 of the characters almost done. Bootsy says, add Sunny's septum ring and the likes. I definitely will. She's got other jewelry I need to add on her horns, so when I add the jewelry on her horns, which I know I'm waiting to add, I will remember to go and fix the jewelry on her face. It's kind of what happens with Sunny at this point. I forget some of them, and I add them at the end, and it's fine, because sometimes I change stuff, move the eyes, move the nose. So when I'm happy with everything and it's shaded, it's almost better to add the ring afterwards. I did a lot of changing around on the noses and everything once I started shading stuff. Alright, cool. I'm gonna push that button. Run the ads real quick. I'm gonna use the restroom and I'll be right back. One more push. Let's go. All right, we are back. All right, so buckling down one more time. I love how fluffy her like little boa thing came out. I feel like I need to give her something on her shoes to match, like little wings or I don't know, even little flowers, something. It's just it's missing from the bottom of the outfit somewhere. Yeah, I don't like the segment. I liked when I did like the little wings or something on them, the little floofs. The floofs looked dumb though. I feel like wings would look better. You know what I mean? It's just I don't know if that's really. I mean, they are bards. Maybe it's a magic item. Fuck. Winged boots. That's a real item, actually. That's so why the fuck not? Sure. Sexiest winged boots ever. The the boots that let you float 6 inches. The butter boots of the butterfly? Let the player go slightly faster for no reason. This is why I just want to paint stuff. Look, who needs to sketch anything? I just drew these on. Fuck. Bah. All right. All right. I think I should probably mute again too because I'm just going to focus. All right. I believe it is, that's when I said I would stop so I don't drive my hand into the ground, right? Let me see real quick if we have anybody that I know live on Twitch doing the thing. I don't think I see anybody quite in the art. Yep, there's a bunch of Magic the Gathering folks on right now. And then the booby streamer I follow because I follow a couple of the titty streamers on Twitch. Uh because I like to see how they handle people being assholes in their chat. Uh there's a lot of like tact, and there's borderlines of behavior that's okay and things that are not accepted in the chat, and it was pretty wild. And I was like, wow. And seeing the seeing the mods be on top of the shit, I was like, dang, yeah. I don't know if I could ever. That's pretty it's pretty intensive. So hats off to that, because I literally go to their streams to learn how to wrangle chat wrangle bad chat. Not good. You guys have been good. I haven't had to punish anybody and block you and shove you into the shadow realm and say goodbye, which is good. That means you're all good little spooter kobolds. Yes, yes, thanks. All right, well, in that case, keep staying good little kobolds and spooters and spools and gremlins of all sorts and things, because we need extra good in the world right now. Everything's pretty rough. So thank you for being a part of the good in my day and the good in my life, because look at this. Look at this. Look at this. How can I zoomed in on the boobs on accident? We're just gonna pretend I did that intentionally. It's better this way. All right, anyways, take care, have a good one, and I'll be on for Baldur's Gate tomorrow for a little bit, I think. And then I'm getting ready for my birthday stream on Saturday. I'm setting up all the goodies and the final tests and the test runs. We'll have one more stream on Friday. I will probably do pay what you want commissions on Friday. And then Saturday will be the birthday shenanigans. So yeah, take care, have a good one, and I'll see you next time. Say hi to the spiders in your house for me. Don't squish them or I'll have to taxidermy them. Bye. Do do.